Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and it is starting to be chilly in the basement. It is 62.8 degrees Fahrenheit, and the thermometer I have sitting right in front of me does not do Celsius, so I don't know what that is in standard SI units. Speaking of things, who do we have in the chat? We have Eric's Edge asking, will I succeed? Will the machines gang up on me? Inquiring minds want to know. Tune in and see the mayhem. Wow, maybe I should get Eric to write my video descriptions. I think he can do a slightly better job than I can sometimes. We have Scarlet, the four-eyed Cuda. Well, the one thing we do know is that Justin will be late, except I think tonight I was on time. Because I managed to get the intro and outro updated in a timely fashion. Go figure. We have Frank S. We have Thomas Armstrong, who has coffee. Yay. We have Martin Mack. Good morning. Martin Mack there. He might not be late. He could surprise us, see? Or not. Yep. We have Gut Bomb. The USPS picked up your package today. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hey, Jeremy. How's the weather down in Arkansas? Hopefully you've gotten a bit of temperature relief down there. We have... Oh, congratulations, Frank S. I hear you've won an LC3. That's a very nice system. We have Sean from Geek with Social Skills. Let's go with the Cocoa Repair. Well, Sean, I got my Jamco order today, so here's some germanium diodes. Germanium diodes. Yeah, I hope I'm saying that right. That was like the one thing I was worried I wouldn't have. So the Cocoa will be on the bench at some point tonight, assuming I don't delay with other things. We have Jesse, I8386. Yo! We have the chat that just likes to advance without warning. So let's see here. Hopefully I don't miss anyone. We have, because I'm trying to go in order. Oh, we have Joe's Computer Museum. He's here. Yay! And we have Trina's Technobabble. Hi, Trina. All right. So, I guess quick channel announcements. Joe is pointing out, germanium is a diode, geranium is a flower. Yes, I was afraid I was saying geranium diodes, which would cause Joe to kind of have a mini stroke or something. Yes, germanium diode. Because you get geraniums at the flower shop or the Southern States or the big box home improvement store. Thomas Armstrong says the flower is nicer. And in fact, the flower might be cheaper too, because germanium diodes are kind of expensive these days. Which is why I have a coffee. No, YouTubers can't point. You start streaming on YouTube or creating videos on YouTube, and you completely forget how to point. But anyways, yep, I got a coffee goal that helps buy things the channel needs, including germanium diodes. And let's see here. Thursday stream, I will be working on the Macintosh 2CI logic board that Garth sent me. And next week, I will probably, as soon as I hear back from someone, I am going to schedule the Octane for a stream, as well as something else that I'll figure out at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later. All right. Now, this is going to be an action-packed stream, so we might as well get right to it. And per Gutbomb's request, during 1-Bit Fever Dreams' stream last night, I didn't clean my workbench off. Because Gutbomb said, I'd like to hear about your latest eBay regret. So... Oh, okay. I started hearing a strange noise, but I think I know what that strange noise is. Actually, hold on one moment. I can confirm really quickly if it's the noise I think I'm hearing. It sounds like a air conditioner compressor that's running. I don't know why it sounds so strange other than the... Yes. Oh, come on. Connect to my thermostat. Tell me it's running. Then I don't have to go figure out what the strange noise is. Because it's either that or my dehumidifier is making it. Or my streaming computer. Alright, well, while we wait to connect. So, my latest... Oh, did I miss someone coming in the chat? Anyways, so my latest eBay regret stems from me trying to rebuild my first computer. And if you'll remember, during that stream, I tried to get a Mac Store 1.6 gigabyte hard drive to work. That came from eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. That drive did not work. So someone in the chat, and I forget who did, said, hey, you know, Jesse is saying that if it's under 65 degrees in your basement, your dehumidifier may have a bad time. So maybe that is the dehumidifier. Let me go take care of it, because it's a high-pitched noise that's bothering me. Yeah, it might be the dehumidifier is telling me that I can't do anything. There we go. Yep, that was the noise. It was confusing me because the air conditioner compressor's in a different direction. All right. So, I, at someone's recommendation, I don't remember who it was, I bought not one, but two Western Digital Caviar 21600 hard drives because they told me, hey, Western Digital Caviars were better than Mac stores, and you might have a 50-50 success rate. So, Jeremy says, I hear a high-pitched noise all the time. Thanks, tinnitus. Oh, I have tinnitus too, but this was a different high-pitched one that was not coming from my ears. But it sounded like it was going to start bothering me. Yeah, the coils might have frozen up, although I thought I got a dehumidifier that ran to a slightly lower temperature. But it's the humidity down in the basement's totally fine, so it doesn't need to be running at the moment, so we'll just turn it off. So anyways, the first of the Caviars came in, and I tested it over the weekend, and shocker, it had, the seller said that it was wiped and scanned, and that it worked. Well, I got the drive. The drive was not wiped. It still had data on it. So, strike one. I think I can definitely tell it had not been scanned because I had to... The scan disk took like 6 hours to run to completion as I waited for the drive to reallocate sectors left and right. So, nope, it had not been scanned. I think I can say that. And at the end, it had a total of 151 bad clusters. So, yeah, it's going back to the seller. Just as soon as I can request the return. Luckily, they have a return policy. Anyways, this is the second drive. Same model. Came from a different seller. This one came from a seller that said, as is, untested. So, because I've had a string of bad eBay experiences lately where I buy things and then I wait for a stream to look at them and the return period ends, I decided I would give this drive a try last night while I was watching 1-Bit Fever Dreams stream. And I was mentioning that I had an eBay regret on my bench, and Gutbomb was like, hey, we want to see your eBay regret. So anyways, you'll also probably hear that I have not turned my filters back on my microphone. So if my audio is a bit different than usual, it's because I wanted to make sure you could hear this lovely regret. Here we go. It's all mic'd up for your enjoyment. Alright, anyways, as you could probably tell, it's dead. Yes, it's TikTok, and not the good... Cupom says, is this Pink Floyd? I've heard this one before. Yeah, Oh, hey, Micro Hobbyist. He says, a time bomb. Joe says TikTok. Thomas Armstrong says, that's a good rhythm. Yeah. Actually, that was keeping a pretty good beat. Oh, Jesse says, I take responsibility for this regret. No worries. Geek with Social Skills says, somebody queue up Anthrax Got the Time. Jeremy says, naturally, I would have expected no one else to say this. It sounds like a windshield whip. Micro Hobbyist says, it's dead, Jim. Oh, Jeremy says, it sounds like a windshield wiper. Yeah, oh yeah. That does sound like a windshield wiper. Joe says, it made itself into a hard drive clock. Oh no, I think oh! Okay, I was plugging it back in because I wanted to hear the sound of Grandpa's old truck windshield wiper. And you'll never guess what it... Well, actually, you will guess because I switched to the... it detected, and it's not clicking. Oh, why do these hard drives do this to me? Martin Mac... Yeah, it spun up. Okay, I have a feeling the drive is still garbage. But, well, this is... Yeah, it started. Actually, I had already given it a good smash. I gave it a really good smash. I just about smashed my finger in the process. Thomas Armstrong says, more coffee. Micro Hobbyist says, I'd rather hear the wiper. Okay, all right. Well, let's see if the drive is even of any account. Okay. Oh. I need to put the disk image Joe sent me on this thumb drive. All right, let's see if it even formats or anything. It could still be garbage. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Okay, hold please. While I plug this thumb drive into this computer, we'll probably realize this computer hates the thumb drive. And, well, it dunked. But, oh yeah, this computer hates this thumb drive. This computer almost hates everything I plug in USB, except what's already plugged in. Yeah, it's not being happy with the thumb drive. My coffee goal might be changing this month to replace this computer with another one. Yes, unless someone has like an old HP Z440 workstation they're not using anymore. Because that's about the generation I'd like to upgrade to. Because actually the Z440s support NVMe, even though they don't have like a M2 slot for an NVMe drive. Actually, this computer's got a problem with the USB. I don't have another thumb drive handy, but it, oh. Yeah, it's this computer. Oh, and Trina, I did see your comment about hard drives, but actually, my rebuild project, I specifically need a 1.6 gigabyte hard drive. Because 120 gigs is, like, too large for that one, but... Of course, that drive could be handy for another project. Alright, let me go upstairs real quick and copy the disk image to this drive. Alright, behave in the chat. I will go to table cam just in case this drive, like, decides to, like, explode while I'm upstairs. Then at least it'll be on camera. I mean, while I was upstairs, I did think that maybe it could be the front panel board on this Z420 that I have down here. But I've actually been wanting to replace it for a while. All right. All right. Oh, hey, Stan. Yeah. Yeah, the nice thing about the workstations is they have enough PCI Express slots. Because I have like a bunch of PCI Express cards in this computer, which is why I haven't just grabbed one of the old Dell Optiplexes I have upstairs because they don't have enough PCI Express slots. Anyways, I got Joe's shop boot disk. Which is cool because now I have a disk that has format and F disk and scan disk all on the same disk. As Scarlet the Fried Cuda says, replace it with a Z840 dual Xeon CPU with 192 gigabytes of RAM. Ah. Yes, I said HP Z440, but probably I suspect shipping from Canada will be more than I want to pay. Yes, I have 2 secret Dell Optiplex. Oop! Yeah, I bought them because I actually have 2 of those capture cards that LGR had showed on his channel at one point, and well, actually, by the time I got them, the driver support on current Windows had ended, so they're not that great at capture card anyways. They were probably the best he could find at the time, but yeah, I never used them. I should probably sell them while they're still worth probably $2. Alright, so let's create a DOS partition. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I saw an error and I... Wait a minute. 3, 4, oh. 1, oh. Alright, create DOS partition, primary DOS partition, write protect error writing fixed disk. Okay, well, I think this drive is probably going to prove to be a very bad drive, but yeah, Z840 with dual Xeon CPUs are about $500 on eBay. Well, I have my eye on a Z440 auction on eBay that's just good enough for like about $120, and I think that includes shipping. fdisk/drop/test. Ooh, that's a command I've never heard of. All right, Trina. Yeah, you can get in touch with me. I haven't pulled the lever on a Z440 just yet. Yeah. I mean, I still might set one of those Optiplexes up for streaming, but unfortunately, I have too many cameras down here in the basement to... Oh. That was a joke. Okay. Alright. Oh. Well, yeah. I would be curious what it says. It's probably going to give me an error. I think, oh, it's... whatever. I think the disk is, borked. I think, it won't format. I'll try it one more time. It's acting like track 0's bad. Or... I mean, fdisk did give me that error about a write-protected disk, even though it did seemingly update the partition table. But since format just dumped out to a command prompt without doing anything, I think track 0's borked on this drive. So we might, oh, hey Garth. Use more force. Well, we might use the force and a screwdriver to pop the cover off this drive real quick because it has no return period. I suspect we're going to find the evidence of a head crash. Alright, should be format D:, because unfortunately I figured out the hard way by going too fast that... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's... There. The C drive is my compact flash card, and I accidentally formatted it last night. So... Yeah, alright. I think the drive is, it might have started to spin up, but it is still trash. Oh, pity, pity, pity. How about we open it up and see what it looks like, because it won't format, so therefore it's not useful for its intended purpose. And I bought it as is untested, so therefore I have no recourse. Yeah, it's I think more valuable to me in terms of the entertainment value than trying to tell eBay that an as is untested hard drive that doesn't work is not as described. Plus, yeah, it's got magnets in it. So therefore, let's just open this up real quick and see if we can see why the... See if we can see why it was having trouble spinning up and... maybe why it won't format. I'm kind of expecting to see a huge scratch on track 0. Micro Hobbyist says, don't you usually put caviar on toast? As in this drive is toast? Yeah. Good one. Alright, so we got the cover unscrewed. And then this is one of those drives that has a warranty seal around the entire drive. So we will use my Precision Warranty Void utility. There we go. It slices, it dices, it voids warranties with ease. Go to your Blue Box Home Improvement store and you might be able to get one. I presume they still sell them. Hashtag not a sponsor. Not liable for slicing your finger open because you are following what I'm doing, so... yeah, this is for entertainment purposes only. I wouldn't attempt this at home, especially if the drive has valuable, important data on it that you've not backed up. I mean, you do back up your retro computers, I hope. Oh, also, I believe there is a secret screw. Yeah, as Jesse says, if it's listed in a parts category, eBay will laugh you out of the room. That was a $40 lesson. Actually, I didn't spend $40 on this drive. Oh, hey, John. The big bad biologist is here. All right, and surprisingly, I'm not seeing what I expected to see in here. I was almost expecting to see a scratch on one of the platter, but... Oh, wait a minute. There is, well, actually, there might be metal metal particles floating around. Well, I don't see a sticky bumper either. Although the thing is, if the head crashed on all right, well, we can spin it up again. I mean, we'll see what it's doing. Maybe it might be obvious why it's not working when I fire it up. All right. I mean, I did find it interesting how it kind of stopped in the middle. Adam says squirt some WD-40 on it. So it has his parts only. Yeah, I think the gloves are kind of useless now, just saying, yeah. Duct tape it. Was that a scratch you saw? It might have been. I'll take another look at it, especially after, we'll try to format it again. After all, I had one drive on Dave's stream that it formatted. No. Nope. That didn't help it. Was that a scratch you saw? Alright, let me... Well, I did smear the disc platter. Oh, you know, I think I see the problem here. Okay, so that's where I smeared my glove on it. But it looks like there are... I think that there might actually be scratches in the platter. Like, a lot of scratches. Yeah. Yeah, there's more than one side and platter in there, but I think the top platter has, like, lots of little tiny fine scratches in it. Well, I mean, this drive's toast now, so I don't know. Let's just finish the drive off. All right, you definitely don't want to do this at home because you will never, ever, ever, ever get it back together again. Let's inspect the other platters. I'm not going to harvest the magnet on this stream, but yeah, I'll probably take parts out of it. I am, though, going to try to take the platters out. All right. So I'm probably going to get fingerprints on this top platter. Adam says throw it away. Yes, I am going to throw it away. In fact, I'd already thrown it in my trash pile, and then Gutbomb was like, "We want to see your eBay regrets." All right, well, I aim to please. All right. So let me see if I can't get the head assembly free so that I can get the heads out of here so I can unstack the platters. And hopefully not erase any magnetic media in the process. All right. Oh, this is also possibly not going to work because this is where the magnets are. I may not be able to remove this. I might be able to pry it out with a screwdriver. Oh, hey, SadMac 356. There we go. That should be enough to... All right. So I got fingerprints on the top of this platter. But I've tried not to get fingerprints on the bottom side of this platter, and oh. Yeah, I see scratches on it. Yep, I see scratches on it, and I even see a... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let me see if I can... It's kind of hard to see, but... Yeah, you can see them there. But yep, so this is the bottom of the top platter. It's scratched. All right. Let me see if I can get the... There we go. And here's the other platter. So this is the top of that platter. And I mean, it looks like it's got all sorts of those little fine scratches on it. And then the bottom side, yeah. Martin Mack says this has been opened before. I think you're right. I think this one has. I was getting... Yeah. I thought... I mean, it had a warranty seal on it, but it... I bet someone put another warranty seal on it. It had a little spot on the warranty seal on the drive where... Yeah, it was like right here. So this here, where it's kind of bent like this, that wasn't me cutting it with the knife. And I just thought, okay, well, someone scraped it against the side of the drive cage, removing the drive. But, yeah, Micro Hobbyist says, methinks a buffer has been used on it. Yeah... I think someone tried to get away with I'm not saying it's the eBay seller that sold it, because it's quite possible that the drive was taken apart years ago and the seller came into possession. But yeah, I'm wondering if this drive was like refurbished by someone not Western Digital at some point. And I'm not saying it was the eBay seller that I bought it from, to be clear. But yeah, I think this drive might have been opened at some point in the past. And then I managed to buy it. So yeah, I think someone tried to refurbish it to make it look like it was a good drive. I suspect, unfortunately, these drives are so old they don't have smart parameters. I very well suspect this was a high hour drive and someone tried to make it look new. Yeah, untested. All right, well, that was my eBay regret. I will harvest some parts from it, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to set this drive aside. And we'll move on to the next thing. And while I have the things set up on the bench, I have a quick request. Yeah, I bet it was like this when the seller got it. They probably weren't aware of its... I bet someone... In fact, it could be one that someone bought it, like, back in the day and used it a little, and it probably failed very quickly. And then they just threw it in a box, and then the seller got a hold of it as a box of parts in a storage locker. All right. So the next thing, this one is going to be a quick one. And then we'll get to something else. And now, okay, you can't really see... So this board that I had here was my first computer rebuild, but I've had a card in it the whole time. That was the other reason I came downstairs yesterday to test things. So this is a Diamond Speedstar 24X. And actually, I was using this card in this computer. But the reason I was testing it is because it is for one of the computers that is going to make it to the bench tonight. Jesse, I do not care what brand the drive is. I just would like a 1.6 gigabyte. All right, Joe is streaming tomorrow night. He's got a cable TV public announcement machine. So, Joe, if you want to do some shameless self-promotion in the chat while I get the next motherboard set up. This is going to be just a quick test. But anyways, so if you'll remember my Talking 286 computer that had the password chip on it, and I ended up replacing the chip with a new one to bypass the password. Well, someone on the RetroWeb Discord asked me if I could try a password on the original EEPROM. I think they might have done some sleuthing and might have figured out a word that it may not be what the password was, but yes, you were probably about to see me do something really bad. It's hard to talk and plug AT power supplies in. Black goes in the middle. Any other combination, and you're not going to be happy. Oh, hey, Retro Tech or Die. Welcome. All right, anyways, they figured out a word. They wanted me to try it. So basically what I'm going to do is put the original EEPROM in, although I don't know which of the two chips right offhand that I have sitting beside me is the original one, so I may end up putting two in. And I'm going to try their password suggestion. And that's it. That's all we're doing with this computer. I just wanted to do it before I forgot. And then I'm going to pull the computer on the bench that this video card's for. But we're going to put this card in the 286 because why not? I've got it on the bench. So, keyboard, video card. I don't need any drives. And let me put the original EEPROM in. Actually, you know, it should be obvious. It's going to be the chip that has solder on the legs. Yeah, the one that's got a date code of 94. There we go. Okay, I've got the original chip. So anyways, I've got the original EEPROM. This has passwords of unknown value on it. I'm going to put it back in the board. I have a text file open. It's got their password suggestion, and we'll see if it's correct. I'm also going to set that EEPROM where I know where it is so I can put it back in because I don't want to fight with passwords. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Capture input. All right, the password they wanted me to try is crushed. C-R-U-S-H-E-D in all capital letters. So
a system startup error has occurred.
yeah.
Enter your password.
All right. C-R-U-S-H-E-D. No, it wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4. They figured out the password. It was crushed. All right. Of course, now that I've determined that, I'll make sure to reply to their Discord comment and let them know that, yes, it was crushed, or at least that worked. But I am going to put the EEPROM back in that doesn't have any passwords on it. But at least now, there we go. We have solved the mystery of what the password, or at least what the password checks, or at least we figured out the mystery of a word that comes to the same hash as the password. Yeah, we crushed it. Or it's possible they're going to let me know that, oh yeah, I was looking at the BIOS and that's the backdoor password. Which I have to say, if that was the backdoor password, yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes. Oh, thank you, Joe. All right, so at least we've got one successful thing, and actually I am going to I'm actually going to before I forget, I'm going to go ahead and let them know, because I'm that excited that we figured it out. I just have to figure out how to quickly see on Discord that Inbox. Trying to find their comment so I can, oh, mentions. Whatever. Okay. Oh, hold on. I know how to do this. Search. I just need to search for the, search for, here we go. Search it for crushed. Of course. There we go. So it was the user. Oh, M ... That is their username on Discord. So M ... if you happen to be watching, you crushed it. Thank you. And if you're not watching, then, well, A, you won't hear me say this, but B, you are about to get beduped by Discord. There you go. Might take me a while to get back to things like that, but hey, at least I'm going to let you know that you solved it. All right. And now, back to our regularly scheduled stream, already in progress. All right. So, that's all the 286 was going to be on the desk for. Yeah. I thought we would never figure that password out. All right. So, unfortunately, I am waiting for a part because I was really wanting to put the 286 back together, but I am waiting for a part which is coming from China, and of course it is arriving slower than I wished, because a very much wanted part from China always arrives slower than you want. In fact, I got the part from Jamco to do it, but I'm waiting for the math coprocessor. So I ordered a math coprocessor for this 286. Unfortunately, since the processor is 16 megahertz, they didn't make any 287s that are clocked at that. So I grabbed some 25 megahertz crystals to go in the second socket, because this is the math coprocessor oscillator socket. And I've ordered a 287 XL for this board. So that will be coming back at some point as soon as my order comes in. Now, since I've got some of the parts on my workbench for the next computer, that's why it's the next computer. Let me grab it. All right. I don't need this power supply, and yeah, well, Joe, I'll try overclocking it first, but if it's not happy with the overclock, then I'll need to asynchronously clock it. Yeah, micro hobbyist, 286 and 386 computers, although not all 386s and maybe not all 286s, they could actually run the math coprocessor asynchronously from the processor, and they'll sometimes have a second oscillator socket and a jumper. And I think that was because of, like, just what speeds things were available at. Now, this computer that I'm putting on the bench, I don't think does that, because it's a 386 SX16, and the 387 was available in 16 megahertz versions. But I have a 40 megahertz 386 board, and I think it has the option to run the math coprocessor at a different speed. because they weren't necessarily available at 40 megahertz right away. So, which computer is this? This is my Emerson Elite SX386. I know this has been on the bench many times. So, what gets to happen to this computer tonight? Well, hey, Curtis. Curtis says, overclock it with liquid nitrogen. That would be so worth it for a 287. Haha, yeah. Scarlet, the four-eyed Cuda, says, maybe Justin can fix Javier's Coco 3 to give Joe a break. Joe says, just overclock it. Was kidding about the overclocking, but whatever burns your traces. Yeah, I haven't seen all of Javier's video, so no comment on whether or not I think I'd be able to fix it. Anyways, so what gets to happen to this lovely computer here? So the first thing, Joe says, I have too many projects. Yeah, I was trying to create a meme, Joe, but I couldn't find the right meme material. So anyways, this computer currently has the fastest video card that actually works as intended that I had in it, which is the Trident 8900D-R card. Oh, this is the Trident card from okay, I'm blanking on the name of the shop in Woodbridge. Anyways, I've got a video on this card. Now, the reason why I have this card in this computer, this isn't the fastest card that I had when I did my tests, but the fastest card in this computer that I had when I did these tests had a problem where the card did not support all the VRAM that the video chip supported, and I needed the extra VRAM. So, I put this card in as a compromise, because at least it had the right amount of VRAM to run in 16-bit color mode. But this wasn't the fastest card for this computer. So, fast forward to a couple weeks ago, while I was browsing eBay, and I found an eBay seller selling the Speedstar 24X cards, Diamond Speedstar 24X. It has the same chip, or actually it might be the better version of the chip that card that I had, because the card that I had was a Paradise card for a Tandy, but I think Tandy locked it at the half the VRAM. Anyways, this card already has all the VRAM installed, and it even has the 24-bit DAC on it. Or there's the 24-bit RAM DAC. So this card will definitely do what I want it to do, and it should be nice and speedy, even though this is a 386 SX16. Well, I wanted to give it the best video card I could. And so the eBay seller finally offered a lower price one Friday, and well, it was probably more than I really wanted to spend on this computer, but this was the last part I needed. But yeah, so anyways, there we go. And I know this card works because I've been using it. Except, of course, I haven't actually tried to run Windows on it. But there we go. So now I have my Western Digital Paradise card in this computer. And thanks to the magic of I haven't accidentally formatted the compact flash card yet, we'll actually run it through its paces real quick. But there is one other thing I need to do to this computer so that I can call it done and actually put the screws back on it. So for last December, in a video that has not come out yet, because, well, at the rate I'm going, it'll be this December's video, I did a nice little upgrade. And this is why I needed 16-bit color. But I put a quad-speed CD-ROM drive in this computer. And because the 3.5-inch floppy drive was broken, I put a Gotek in this computer. And if you'll notice, I replaced the LED on the Gotek so that it would match the original drive LED colors. And interestingly enough, the LED in this Mitsumi drive is also amber, because I like doing the little extra thing. But this Gotek is using the Artery 415 microcontroller chip, which is awful. And unfortunately, well, the one problem with that particular Artery chip is that if you have software that tries to write a track at a time, the microcontroller just does not have enough RAM to do it. And it'll usually fail. Because I was trying to use this Gotek to create a ROM update disk for a compact computer. And I could not, because the compact software was trying to write the entire track at a time. And very quickly, in fact, I think it only got, I think on track 0, got an error message back from the software saying that the, it was some really weird error, like, it basically was implying your floppy drive's defective. Because it was like, unable to write, I don't know, it was a really weird error. But anyways, so what I'm going to do is I am going to swap the board in this Gotek with the board in this Gotek, because this Gotek has the Artery 435 chip on it, which has the extra SRAM, and I shouldn't run into a problem. And before I do this swap, I am going to just double check that I read the chip right, just to make sure, because it is very tiny print on the chip. Yeah, it's the, so yeah, the new one has the AT32F435 on it. And I think the old one's like the, AT32F415 or something like that. Which is, I mean, if you go to the Flash Floppy Wiki, they go through the 3 revisions of the Gotek board and the SRAM and whatnot. Alright. So, basically what I need to do is I'm going to remove this board, and I'm going to remove the custom LED I put on it. And then I will transplant that LED onto this board, which currently has a little pin header on it, because I had this in an Amiga at one point. And then I am going to, I'll put this back in the Emerson Elite. So, all right, let me remove my, all right, remove that. All right, the one thing is I have already marked these pin headers. Yeah, Thomas, that's the one that's on the new one. So I will be able to get these back on. They are, the pin headers have been marked in a way where I will get the headers back on. All right. So, yep, and I am confirming that the old one has the 32F415. Yep. Okay, so I definitely did, I'm not falling for a trick of like, oh, there's something wrong with the Gotek. Nope. I really did remember what board I had in it, and this is the simple matter of the program, the compact ROM pack utility I was trying to run on the computer really was not able to run because it was expecting the floppy drive to act like a floppy drive. And unfortunately, the 415, when tasked at track at once operations, just isn't up to the task. Now, the Flash Floppy Wiki, I think, says that it primarily happens when formatting disks or but yeah, if you run a utility that tries to write the track at once, it'll do it too. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove these pin headers from this board. I'll put the LED in its place. I do believe that I used lead-free solder on this because this is not a vintage board. So let's see here. I probably will have to turn the temperature up on my desoldering station. I may just use leaded solder to solder it back because I don't feel like finding my lead-free solder at the moment. It should work. I'll just make sure I flux it really good, and I mean, it's not like it's a high current connection anyways. It'll be fine. It'll just take the desolder station longer to heat up. But I guess while I wait for it to heat up, I can go ahead and I will go ahead and jumper the board for a PC, which when using one of these Gotex in a PC, you need the jumper, I think it's the JC jumper, and S1. Yep. All right. As Jesse said, the compact tomfoolery software. Yeah. Flux it real good. Well, to remove it, I'm not going to flux it at all because that gums up these desolder guns. Okay, I might have to use solder braid. Alright. Hold, please, while I find my... Okay, I'm going to use desolder braid so I could use flux. Which means I'm going to have to... All right. Yeah, in the case of the compact I was trying to write the ROM pack for, I thought the system BIOS was out of date for the processor that was in the board. Turns out it was just the wrong stepping of processor was in the board. So that board never shipped with the microcode for that. It had a newer stepping processor than the board ever supported. So you'd get a BIOS error every boot. There was no microcode. All right. Wow, what did I do? Oh, there we go. Got the pins out. All right, let me get the LED out. There's the LED is out. All right, so I will set the old board to the side. I mean, I'll find something to do with it. All right, see you later, Thomas. All right, and then I will put the LED back in. And apply some flux. All right, there we go. All right, I think we got the LED transplanted. So let me clean the flux off the board. Because a clean board is a happy board or something like that. Actually, I'm just going to give the whole board a clean because I'm not sure that the GoTech factory really cleaned that board that well. There we go. All right, let me let that dry for a moment. Then we'll put it in the case, and then we'll give it a spin in the Emerson Elite SX386. There we go. All right. And now, this board should just fit right back in the case. Like so. And let's see. there's the connector for the display. Which I bumped out of place. Let me. All right, there we go. Well, if I can, let me. All right, and then this is the rotary knob. And there we go. All right, there we go. So we got the amber LED back in. And there we go. Yep, USB port. Oh. Okay, the board will stay in better once I get the lid on because that's what holds the board in place. But I've already jumpered it, so that will be good. So go ahead and plug this in. Okay. Get the case aligned. Yep, there we go. USB port was out of line until I put the case back on. All right. And good night, Frank. There we go. All right. Got the GoTech back together. Now, I have to admit, I've been somewhat tempted to swap sound cards that I've got in the Emerson Elite. But for the moment, I'm not going to. I can always do it later. But anyways, now, granted, I mean, I could have probably just left this GoTech the way it was. But it's quite handy because this is like one of my, I mean, I've got this computer set up so that it's got the compact flash card accessible in the back. It's a reasonably neat machine. So it's kind of handy to have it set up so that if I do need to create like a disk from a ROM pack or something from a computer, this one at least makes it easy because I can pull the compact flash card out, copy the ROM pack software to the temp directory, and then at least having the proper GoTech in it, I think it'll be great. Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda is asking, who ate all the Emersons? I don't know who ate all of them, but I do know that I might have one or two that I haven't shown on the channel yet. Just saying. Yeah. Okay, so let me see here if I can find the. I don't know where the my Emerson keyboard went off to. Alright, well, I'll just use the German keyboard. It can be a bit weird, but... Okay. So let's see here. We'll power this up. And... if I can find my mouse. Where'd the mouse go? That's weird. Well, that video card was working. Hold please while I try to figure out if I did something here. Okay. Alright, this video card does have a few jumper settings on it. It is possible it's jumpered incorrectly for this computer. Oh yeah, okay. There is a chance it's jumpered incorrectly. Alright, let me put the Trident card back in. So I can at least make sure the computer is working. Whoa. Well, it looks like my Trident card's doing what Trident cards do best. Well, that was going to be an unpleasant surprise for December. Well, my Trident card from LNY Electronics says apparently has bad memory. Great. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's a Cirrus Logic video card that I was using last week, so I know it works. I just want to make sure the Emerson works. And then I'll find the jumper settings for the Speedstar 24X. There we go. Okay, so for the Diamond Speedstar card, JP1 is wait state select, 0 wait state enabled is closed, disabled is open. Alright, I think I need to probably try that open. Let's see, JP3 is IRQ2, enabled, closed, disabled, open. I do believe I do not want an IRQ on this computer. And let's see here. ROM BIOS access JP4. 16-bit BIOS ROM access is closed. So, alright. So I've set this card for not 0 wait state. No IRQ. It is set to 16-bit BIOS access. That is fine. And... Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I think I see the actual problem here. There's switches on the card. That might be the actual problem. Oh, wait. But I know they're correct because I was just using this card. Alright, well, let's try this. Define work. Well, this is the card I had in my Pentium system that I was using for the Caviar hard drive, so... Okay. Let's, put the card back in. Yeah. And Micro Hobbyist said, Christmas lights on screen. Yeah, those Christmas lights aren't supposed to be there. Apparently my Trident card failed. Alright, let's see if maybe... There we go. Okay, so it was probably either... It was the IRQ or the wait state setting. I suspect it was the wait state setting, because actually that Trident card from L&Y Electronics, when I had it set to 0 wait states and tried to do the Pico Gust testing on a 386, a 386 DX40, it was crashing the system. I suspect the 386 SX16 is probably not fast enough for 0 wait states. Or can't do 0 wait states. I mean, it could have been the IRQ. I mean, maybe I could pull the card out and see which one of those two settings caused it to work. Alright, I guess for science, because I don't have the original manual for the card. So I don't know which of those two jumper settings did it. I do know that with both of those settings, the way this card shipped, the system would not post at all. So I would think, though, that... Alright, let's try this 0 wait state jumper. Because I would think if that was misconfigured, the card would work. If it was misconfigured, it would work but be unstable. Although maybe unstable to the point that the system, it can't read the BIOS and post. Alright, so let's see what it does with 0 wait state but no IRQ. Okay, nope. Not happy. Alright, that was probably the one that kept it from working. Alright, so... What if I... Alright. Okay, I removed the jumper from 0 wait state, but I put the IRQ2 jumper back on. I don't think... Well, I'll run check it to see what IRQ things are set to. I don't think there's something set to IRQ2. Whoops. Okay. Also, there is a reason why I'm... Oh, actually, I think I can skip the memory test. The keyboard I normally use on this computer, I think's got a problem. Yeah. It's the German keyboard for my luggable that Jeremy picked up for me at VCF Southwest. Alright. Alright, so apparently I don't have Windows mouse.sys installed for some reason. Let's make sure I didn't create an IRQ conflict. sysinfo. Whoops. Oh, okay. Yeah, IRQ9 is for VGA. Because IRQ2 is the Cascade, so IRQ9 is VGA. Okay. I think that's how that works. Then again, though, that might cause problems. I don't think you really need interrupts on video cards, though. I might turn that off, just because I think that might be... that might cause problems that I'm not anticipating. So... Joe, do you know if there's anything that needs an IRQ on a video card for VGA? Oh, okay, so working as intended. Okay. Well, I'll leave the interrupt enabled since it was configured that way by default. Because maybe the Speedstar card can make use of it. Some cards really can't. Some cards, like the Trident card from LNY Electronics, keep having a fail-pass relationship with me. But I suspect the RAM has gone bad on it, so oh well. Interestingly enough, that's not the first time I've thought the RAM might be going bad on that card. Oh. IRQ9 ACPI system control interrupt on Intel. I don't think this computer has ACPI. It's too old. Okay, well, the card, at least in Check It, seems to be doing good. Alright, let's... Alright, so let's take a look at how this video card is working. Alright, this is definitely a slower PC, so I will run the Superscape VGA benchmark in slower PC mode. Do not adjust your stream. Oh, good night, Trina. I never said this benchmark ran well on this system. But the important thing to note is there are no, like, jail bars in the video output. Although, strictly speaking, I think jail bar would be if it was, like, completely black stripes, meaning there was a VRAM issue. But I have seen video cards where you see, like, some interference pattern with the RAM DAC, and it, like, there's lighter bands. The color is, like, lighter than, or darker, but it's not like black, like there's no data coming from it. But anyways. Nice, very clear image. I don't remember what the Diamond Paradise card that I had that wouldn't take a VRAM update. I don't remember what it benchmarked on this computer as. But I'm just going to run a few benchmarks to make sure the card's working. Because if this video card is working, then this will be a successfully completed project. 5.2. Actually, I think that's what the other Paradise card got. 5.2, now that I see that number. And in fact, if I go look, I could... Actually, you know, I think I have the spreadsheet. Please wait one moment while I go to OneDrive, because I just remembered. I think I did save a spreadsheet. The trick is, though, when did I do this? Well, I found the script for the TriNet video card video. So, let's see. It had been after that. See, there was the stream where I repaired some video cards. It wasn't that. Oh, you know, I bet I didn't save it on OneDrive. I bet... Oh, wait. Is this it? Nope. It's not that one. Oh, maybe I didn't save it. Well, that would be a shame if I didn't save it. That would be a real shame. Although maybe it's this one here? Nope. Alright, one more place I might have put it. Or it's quite possible I didn't save it and I'll have to go find the stream I tested it on and get the data that way. But it doesn't really matter. Okay, I don't have... Oh, there's also one other possibility. It might be on my MacBook. It might have been a stream where I had my MacBook down here for some reason. And I might have actually taken the notes on my MacBook. All right, let's run the Blobby Orb benchmark. Chris's 3D benchmark. Not to be confused with RetroTech Chris. Completely unrelated Chris. Blobby Orb. Blobby Orb. All right. I guess while I run this benchmark, I was somewhat tempted to put an ESS audio drive in this computer. But for now, I'm just going to leave it with the... It's got a Sound Blaster... what is it? A Sound Blaster... Vibra 16. But the thing is, I am, well... Wait a minute. Well... Okay, so I thought I was using the Vibra 16 for the IDE. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. That's right. Because the onboard IDE didn't support CD-ROM drives. But I've got an IDE BIOS in here. And so with the onboard IDE disabled, to use the Promise IDE BIOS. It's like one of their upgrade BIOSes. You could just, it's from a board that you just stick in the computer and it upgrades your computer to support LBA and large disks. Well, that BIOS also supports optical drives, so I didn't actually have to use the Creative's onboard IDE for the CD-ROM drive. So actually, maybe I could put an ESS audio drive in this computer. But then again, though, with the Diamond Paradise card in it, maybe I'll just leave the Vibra 16 in it. I don't know. Thoughts? I mean, I can totally see that if you were a family in the 90s and upgrading to a CD-ROM drive that you would have gone for the Sound Blaster card. I mean, the Vibra 16 would have been the budget-friendly Sound Blaster option. So I could see if you were upgrading it with a quad-speed CD-ROM, you'd just go ahead and get the Vibra 16 as opposed to a ESS audio drive. I mean, after all, if you got a Diamond Speedstar 24X, I think maybe you would have paired that with a Sound Blaster card. Anyways, I'd be curious to know what you think about sound card pairings with this computer. But no, I'm not going to put the little ALS 120 sound card in here, Jeremy. I've got other plans for that card. And if anyone's thinking that this benchmark is taking a long time, well, yeah, it takes a long time on slow computers. The important thing is it runs and doesn't lock up. And then I think I'll conclude it with the... I'm not going to try to run the Doom benchmark on this computer because I know it'll run like a... It won't run that great. I already know the number's low. And then what I'll do is I think I've got the Paradise drivers installed on this computer. I'll try to run Windows. Yes, Trina. Oh, what? Trina went to bed. Okay, so she won't... She's not out there to criticize me running Windows on this computer. And you're probably wondering, why would I want to run Windows on this computer? Well, I do have one program that I think does run under Windows 3.x or 3.1 that uses a CD-ROM drive that I am going to run on this computer as part of the December video that I hope to get out this year. Especially now that I've got a video card that works in here. And it's the Star Trek, The Next Generation Technical Reference, I think's the name of it. It's the one that lets you, like, tour through the Enterprise. Granted, I know I won't be able to use any of the audio from it because Paramount is very defensive over their audio things, but... Oh, Windows 3.1. Yeah, I got Windows 3.1 on here. No, my 286, I'll put Windows 286 on. Oh, actually, there was, I think it was Jeremy, was wondering if the DOS I was going to run on my 286 has a RAM limit. And actually, the one thing I forgot to mention while I had the Emerson 286 on the bench, one of the settings I had set in the BIOS is I have it set for 3 megabytes of EMS. So, because actually one of the games that I'll probably try on it does need some EMS. So, I've got it set for 3 megabytes of EMS. So, that leaves 5 megabytes for conventional and XMS memory. Which I think is about what the DOS 3.3 will use. So, I shouldn't have a problem with 8 megabytes in that 286 being too much for DOS. Because I've got 3 megabytes set for EMS. I think the Star Trek game you might notice a trend here that I might try to play on it. I think it needs like 2 or 2.5 megabytes of EMS memory. So, all right. So Chris's bench 3.4, which is 2 frames a second. Wow. That, I think, might be about what the other Paradise card did. So, and then PC Player benchmark. That's the last one I'm going to run for the graphics benchmarks. But I will go ahead and run, I guess, hardware info just to kind of summarize this, what's in this machine. Now, this benchmark score is going to be low. It's always low. Even on a Pentium, this doesn't... I mean, this is a pretty demanding benchmark. 1.1, yeah. All right, and then I'll run hardware info if it runs. And that way, we'll see, I guess, we'll see the details on the video card. And then I'll run Windows. Running under EMM386, that's fine. Running in V86 mode, that's fine. I think this will still tell me everything I'd want to know. Go. Hardware info for DOS. There we go. All right. Any day now program. I don't think it's locked up. I think it's just slow. Or maybe I'm just realizing why it gives that warning for not running in virtual 86 mode. Maybe it is locked up. All right. Yeah, I think it is locked up. All right. I think Emerson computer might have been a bit optimistic when they did not put a reset switch on this computer. It's like they thought, oh, we're in the 386 era now. No one needs a reset switch. Okay, I can confirm the LED on the GoTech works, so yay. This is... Alright, so I will skip the startup files. And I will run hardware info. And it probably will run better, because at least it shouldn't complain about EMM386 and the V86 mode. If it locks up again, then I'm just going to run Windows and forget about this. But the one thing this will do is it'll actually show me the info on the video card. Okay, so it didn't like being in V86 mode, probably. Oh. Okay, maybe this program doesn't run on a 386SX. Alright, we'll just go straight to Windows. I got 1 megabyte of display memory installed, so this should be cool. Alright. I guess the banner told me most of what I wanted to know anyways. Oh, I do have a math coprocessor installed. Oh, that's interesting. If you're wondering why I'm having so much trouble with the keyboard, it's because it's a German layout, but the keycaps are German. But the computer's configured for an American keyboard, so I have to remember where the keys are on the American keyboard. For some of the weird keys, I don't type that often. Alright, so apparently I deleted Windows at some point on this computer. And I don't know why. Of course, that's probably because I did it so long ago that I'd forgotten. Alright, well, we'll install Windows real quick. I probably corrupted the Windows install doing something. Okay. MS-DOS, VGA. Okay, that's fine. We'll go with that. This won't take that long to install anyways. Yeah, now I'm trying to think. I must have corrupted the Windows install doing something. Oh, good night, micro hobbyist. Hmm. Or it could be that maybe I thought I had corrupted the Windows install. It is quite possible that Trident card was going bad. But sure enough, I don't... yeah. That's why there's the some signs that I had Windows on here, but why Windows wasn't installed. I must have deleted it. Unfortunately, this is kind of one of those projects that I was kind of really waiting to find the video card I really wanted, so I think that's why I had enough time to forget. Let's see here. See, I don't have any printers. Let's see here. All right, that looks good. Yep, might as well delete it. Looks good. Well, actually, I think one thing I can see from Windows setup, the video card looks pretty good in Windows. Now, granted, loading the video drivers for this card might give a better impression, but for the purposes of this live stream, for calling this project done, I just kind of want to see that the video card works. I realize that I'm going to have to reinstall the sound drivers, and so that's I'm not going to call defeat on account of sound card drivers aren't reinstalled. But yeah, we're just in 16 color mode. I want to see it in high color mode. I should be able to... I should have the drivers already on this card. They should be stashed away in the temp directory. So I should be able to install the drivers and run it in high color mode. I just want to see Windows load in high color mode, and that'll be good enough for calling the project done. It'll be done enough for me to do December. Or do the December video, and... Oh, hey, Dave. And it'll also be enough for me to confirm the video card works and that I don't have to return it to an eBay seller. Because sometimes I can get things that work on eBay. Even if Western Digital Caviar hard drives isn't one of them. Alright, Alright, so while I wait for this to install, I think the next computer that I'm going to work on, run the Weezer video. Dave says, I think another science experiment is in order. Well, Dave, you missed me disassembling the latest Western Digital Caviar hard drive that I bought on eBay that would not format. It looks like someone had buffed the hard drive platters at some point. It really looked like someone had disassembled it before. Which is weird. It had the band around the side to seal it, but that's not to say someone didn't figure out how to put another seal on it. So, unfortunately, that Caviar hard drive is disassembled for good. Yeah, I know, it was weird. But anyways, yeah, there was evidence of scratches that were on the platter. So, yeah, I took it apart because I bought it from a seller that said untested as is. So I knew getting a refund was not going to work. So, disassembly worked instead. guess now I will, probably if I buy any other Western Digital Caviar hard drives, I am going to especially make sure that there's absolutely no damage to the band going around the drive. If I see what even looks like a slight nick that could have been caused by removing it from the drive cage, I'm not going to buy it. Because I don't know that it isn't maybe a transplanted band. Oh, but there was one bit of good news that I guess while we're waiting for Windows to install, I will... So anyways, while we wait for Windows to install, so while I was testing hard drives though, I did pull out this hard drive. So if anyone was watching one of my Mac streams where I was working on the G3 desktop I got at the swap meet, aka the Mac I named Karen, this is the hard drive that was in Karen. And we thought it died on stream, but I think the OS install was just corrupted. So anyways, I put this in a PC, I F-disked it, I formatted it, and then I ran ScanDisk. Although, while it formatted, it did find some bad sectors. But anyways, it was like 64K of bad sectors on the drive. But then I ran ScanDisk and it scanned fine. So anyways, so that's why I've got it marked OK, has bad sectors. Because the drive does seem to be working, even though it has a few bad sectors. So I may put this back in the G3 at some point and try to install macOS on it, because I presume macOS will mark bad sectors in its file system. But anyways, I thought you all might like to know that hard drive might have just been the OS install that made us think the hard drive had died. So the hard drive itself, a few bad sectors, but otherwise it seems to be working. So, and if for some reason, if macOS doesn't like drives with bad sectors, I'll put it in a PC and put another drive in that Mac. All right, I guess I'll let Windows change those files. That's fine. Yes, Jared, I know. Yeah, bad sectors on a hard drive is basically the equivalent of hard drive cancer, but I mean, finding an old hard drive with no bad sectors these days is, I'm finding is somewhat difficult. And it's not like I'm doing critical data processing on it. Yeah, back in the day, I would have. Bad internet, no cookie for you. Alright, so, got Windows reinstalled. And alright. Cue my reference about German keyboard layout. Whoop. And of course. Oh. Okay, apparently I can't even remember my mouse, 3Com, Sound Blaster, After Dark, Oak Drivers, 9009 Mitsumi 8900. Oh, I don't have the Paradise drivers on this drive. That's weird. Yeah, one sector can cause all sorts of havoc. Well, I'll probably put that drive in something that can deal with bad sectors. Huh. I thought I had the Paradise drivers on this card. Okay, well... Alright, well, let me see if I can get the drivers here real quick. Yeah, maybe... I don't know, maybe the, Oh, cool. DOS Days has the drivers. Alright. So even though I don't have the drivers on this compact flash card, DOS Days has the drivers on their downloads page. And... Alright, let's see. Is this going to be a disk image? Nope. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to... Alright, let me see here. Pull the compact flash card. And copy. Copy them. Okay, that was weird that the computer beeped when I turned it off. Alright. Let me see if this computer will tolerate me plugging in the compact flash card. Because even though it didn't like that thumb drive, I think it has been okay with my compact flash card reader. There we go. Okay. Alright, there we go. Okay. So, got the drivers extracted. Copying them to the compact flash card now. Because apparently this computer, it doesn't like my thumb drive, but it has no problems at all with my compact flash card reader. Go figure. Excellent. Also, one thing I am going to check carefully on the startup banner for the video card. The DOS Days website also has the version 2.02 of the video BIOS, so... Oh! And actually this card has 2.03 on it, so... Excellent. Alright, good night, Scarlet, the four-eyed Cuda. Jesse says, modern day Toshiba drives, there was some late night on-call nonsense thanks to those drives. All right. Install Speedstar 24X. And let's see here. There should be a... Oh, that's right. So we want CD Windows setup. Display. I think we want to... Other. All right. C. Install. Speedstar 24X. There we go. Excellent. Windows is in C. Install. Whoops. Win 311. There we go. Wah, wah, wah. What in the world? Video driver unable to set desired mode. These actually the wrong drivers? Alright, let me try 256 colors. Huh. I don't think that's it. Okay, did I maybe get the wrong drivers? Windows 3.1 display drivers with support for up to 1280 by 1024 and 16 colors, 1024 by 768 and 256 colors, and 800 by 665 536 colors. I think these might be the wrong drivers. Alright. Well, okay. Let me try one other thing. Maybe... Maybe the guard doesn't work in 640 by 480 for some weird reason. I don't know. I mean, honestly, it seems like I got a driver issue at the moment, not a video card issue, so... I'll just have to try to find a different source for the drivers. Video driver unable to set desired mode. Well, I guess let me try rebooting the computer. Ah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold, please. I just downloaded something from Vogons. Vogons had the Speedstar 24X drivers, and let's just say that there's a lot more in the directory than what I got off of DOS Days. So I think DOS Days might have accidentally linked the Speedstar drivers. I think those might be the Speedstar drivers, not the Speedstar 24X drivers, or for that matter, even the Speedstar 24, which is yet another card. So... oh, I'll keep those drivers on my compact flash card in case I realize they were correct. But let me copy over the ones from Vogons, which actually looks like there might be a diagnostic program in the directory. So, very cool. So, maybe if I can't, even if I can't get Windows to cooperate, maybe the diagnostic program will show us the card is working. All right. Oh, I can skip that. Oh, SS24X. There we go. That, okay, let me read the README file on my desktop here. To run the installation program, type go. Well, there is no go program. Oh, here we go. But that is a diagnostics program like it looked like it was. Quick test analog color. All right, sure. Okay, not sure what that was supposed to look like. Oh, that was a... Oh, I bet that was a memory test. Okay. It passed. It's all passing. Wow. It's a lot of, Alright. A lot of video modes here. Alright. Considering it said quick to... Oh, there we go. That's at 800, 1024 by 768. It looks a little better in person than, looks like my capture device is causing some moire patterns. Okay. It's a 1024 by, or 1280 by 1024, and apparently it's at a refresh rate that my capture card can't support, and my multi-sync monitor is having trouble with. But it was showing something, so I think it's working. I probably have the refresh rate set wrong on the switches. Alright, that's 800 by 600. 1024 by 768. 1024 by 768. And then I think, oh, there we go. Some lower resolutions. Cool. All right. Well, the diagnostic program seems to say this is working. I do not know which one is the driver installer. Does kind of look like what Vogons led me to believe was the drivers might not actually be the drivers either. Okay, let me see here. If I had to guess, it's probably this 24XD202 program. Diamond Europe software update. Welcome. Willkommen. How appropriate. I'm using a German keyboard. Alright, so let's see here. Installation info. Okay. Oh. I think that's fine. Alright, extract files. Here we go. Please insert a blank formatted floppy disk in drive A. Well, I am certainly glad I put the better board in this Gotek, because I bet this is going to try to write a disk image. Now, of course, the question is, do I have a blank disk image on this thumb drive, or am I going to have to go upstairs and put one on it? All right. Well, well, here we go. This is the test that the Gotek is doing what I expected it to do. Gutbomb says, woohoo, I just finished cloning Apple's 5 1/4-inch drive rails for the Quadra 650, 2VX, 7100, 2VI. Designed them, printed them, and tested them all in one night. Well, woohoo! I've got a Performance 600. I think it uses the same drive rails. Of course, my Performance 600 has the drive rails, but who knows? I might need them someday. Or need to print a new set someday. They'll be up on printables in a bit. Cool. Here we go. Hopefully I am... I'll have to put another copy of Joe's shop disk on this thumb drive, but... His shop disk is coming in handy of letting me create the driver installer for this video card. It was either that or I had to go upstairs and put a blank disk image on this. Well, Joe, thanks to the magic of it's just a virtual image on a GoTech. Well, I just formatted it so I could create a video card installer disk. But the thing is, I've got it upstairs on my computer. I just put another copy on on the thumb drive, and I have your shop disk again. Or if my Z420 would cooperate with the program, I wouldn't have to go upstairs to put another copy of it on the disk. Gut Bomb now just needs some TPU to print, some Quadra 650 and 2 CI feet. Oh yeah, you know, I'll have to print some 2 CI feet for my 2 CI too, I think. Because I think it's missing the feet. But actually, the important thing is this GoTech is actually working correctly, because with the Artery 415 microcontroller, I would have never been able to format the disk. The format would have failed because it wouldn't have had enough SRAM in the microcontroller to hold the contents of the entire track to format the disk. Here we go. Ooh. Fancy. Well, this installer's certainly making me feel good about buying a Diamond Speedstar 24X. So what I want to do... Actually, I think I just want to do Windows 3.x, Windows 3.1, SS24X, Win3X DRV. Okay, I think I can remember that. Insert Speedstar 24X disk 2 into your floppy drive. There was a disk 2? Oh, I bet there was. Let's see here. Alright. I think I'm quickly figuring out that, Alright. I think what I know from what I've seen, considering the Speedstar installer drew a full screen color image on the monitor and it worked. I think the video card works. I'm just going to figure out. Joe, the README file that was in the zip file that Vogon's posted does not mention anything about a disk 2. It just simply says, drivers and tools for Speedstar 24X. The other README file says you run Go. So, I think I see the executable for the to create the other disk. In fact, I think there's 3 disks. Oh, it's a joke about the 3 shells, yeah. There are 4 lights! Okay. So, I think I'm going to, I am going to declare this a success. Because the video card works. And I don't feel like dorking with a zip file that the README file is poorly documented on. Basically, what I need to do is put a couple blank images on my GoTech and just run all the executables that were in that zip file one by one. I have a feeling there's at least 3 of them create disk images. I'll do that when I'm not on a stream, because the stream was not really about fighting with Windows and driver installs. I just wanted to make sure the video card worked and the GoTech upgrade worked, and I've proven both because I was able to format a disk image, create a floppy, and I see that the installer drew a really nice high-resolution photo on the screen. There were no bad things that happened. Successful upgrade. I just don't want to fight with Windows on a live stream, because this was a repair live stream, not a driver fight. So I'm done with fighting with drivers. If you want to see me fight with drivers to get the card to work, it'll probably be in the December video that'll inevitably come out on this machine. So let's get busy with another computer that needs to be repaired. And I think I'm going to go with a quick one here. Yeah, famous last words. If I can find the board, that is. Alright. Oh. That's where it is. Okay. It's the Macintosh LC board. So this is an LC board that Garth sent me in an attempt to try to get my LC working. This is the LC board that I had to bodge the egret chip on. That is like a next level bodge there. Yes, that yellow stuff is UV cure epoxy. And there is a little wire. Yes. I dremeled. The leg fell off. So I dremeled down until I found metal. And then I attached a wire and then tacked it to the trace that the leg was supposed to stand on. So this board did then power up after I did that fix, because that is like an important signal on the egret chip. But there's no ADB. And on that stream, I did figure out that the ADB issue appeared to be caused by U3. I think that's the component. Unfortunately, the board is a little bit... So anyways, U3 was an NPN transistor where I think I figured out the problem was that initially this pad here was like, there was a break here, I think from a leaky electrolytic capacitor, probably C9 or C7. And then in the process of trying to solder a new surface mount, or solder the surface mount transistor back on, I ended up damaging this pad too. So on my last What Can I Finish stream, I realized that I could not find my PNP transistors. So I ended up just ordering some more from Mouser. So, and the thing is, they're through holes. Yeah, that's an incredible bodge. So I believe in order to replace this transistor, if I put a through hole component, I believe into this via, and this via, those are connected to the 3 pads. Now the trick is going to be, this via is clear as far as I can see. No, it's not. Actually, none of those 3 vias are clear. So the first thing I got to do is try to clear the via without destroying more of the board. I guess I can see if Claris is up to the job. Alright. I may have to add some solder before I remove. So anyways, I'm now that I've got NPN transistors. Although the thing is, I had NPN transistors, I just couldn't. I just was unable to find the ones I had. So I ordered more. So that means I will probably find the ones I lost like soon now. But yeah, I'm gonna try to put through hole NPN transistor in. I'll have to pull up the schematic here in a moment to make sure I put the correct pins in the correct via holes. And then we'll see if I have ADB. Alright, I just added a little extra flux, or little extra solder. And I'm hoping that this will, that the move machine will take care of clearing these vias. Or it'll instantly clog. Oh, that's convenient. Alright. There we go. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, that via is clear. That via is clear. And that via is clear. All right, there we go. Moo machine make quick work. Got bomb just found 13 micro SD to SD adapters in a drawer. Well, hold on to some of them in case I misplace all of mine. Because then you can stick one in a small little envelope or send it to me. And one Dell SD card blanking plate. Alright, so I got the clear vias. If this works, this is going to be like a next level LC board that still only will support 10 megabytes of memory. Alright. So I got the LC schematics up. I am looking for the egret chip. I have found the egret chip. The reason why I was looking for that is I couldn't remember what the model of the original transistor is. But it is a BSR 17A. So I'm going to pull up the data sheet on that to figure out what the pinout is. Or I believe that is what it is. BSR 17A. Or at least that's what's on Kai's schematics that are up on Tinker Different. See, it's NPN. All right. So, okay, so on the original transistor, pin 1 would have been the base, pin 2 the emitter, and pin 3 the collector, according to the data sheet. So let me write that down, because I will forget, because I am live streaming. All right. Okay, so according to the data sheet, pin 1 should be the base, pin 2 should be the emitter, and pin 3 should be the collector. Alright. Okay. So that is the original. Okay, now I'm sanity checking this against the schematic. So according to the schematic, pin 1, which is the base, should be connected to pin 19 on the egret chip. Okay. Oh, actually there's an easy way to tell this. It's called Use the force. I mean, use the multimeter. To which I will pull out my non-Kaiweets multimeter because apparently, well, I didn't buy a Kaiweets. I mean, to be fair, I didn't know about Kaiweets when I bought this, and, well, I don't know that I would have bought one anyways, so. Okay. I mean, not that they don't work, it's just, I'd rather have a multimeter I can set to a mode. Let's see, so I think this 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Well, that's interesting. Ooh, I think we got, so I got 22 ohms. Wait a minute. Oh, but that was pin 20. Hold on. I think something's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. I think the schematics on Tinker Different may have the wrong transistor mentioned. Yeah, pin 1 was marked with a dot. So this is pin 1. So that's pin 14. Pin 15 is the one that's missing. 16, 17, 18, 19. So pin 20 is actually connected to what, according to the data sheet for the transistor that the Tinker Different schematic says it was originally here, it'd be connected to the collector, but I don't think the collector. Oh wait, I'm looking at the hold on. Hold on, I got the pins mixed up here. Hold, please. Okay. I just re-looked at the schematic. So, I've got things mixed up. Even though I wrote them down, I got them mixed up. Sorry, I can't see the chat because I'm looking at the schematic. Okay. So, Joe's probably yelling something in the chat of I've got the pins mixed up. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. So, the base. So you can see my note here. So these are the 3 pads. The base is going to be the left one. The emitter is going to be the right one, and then the collector is going to be the top one. I mean, it's hard to see the pads, but you can see where 2 of them were. What I had mixed up in my mind, though, is on the schematic, it draws it as a transistor, and the base is here, but the schematic diagram does not match the pad alignment, and I was getting it all mixed up in my head. Okay, so I'm actually going to write this down. So pin 1 on the schematic is connected to egret 19 through a 1K resistor. So I should measure 1K of resistance between egret pin 19 and the pad for pin 1. Okay, pin 2 is, I believe, going to be connected to egret pin 20. Through a 22 ohm resistor, and then pin 3 is ground. And I'm doing this just to make sure I have the correct pins, because I'm going to bend the surface mount, or the through hole, to fit the vias. Alright, so pin 1, so this should be pin, I can see the trace wire here. So this would have been the base, and I can see the wire connected to this via. So the base should be connected to egret pin 19 through a 1K ohm resistor. And all right, so here we go. So I think this is, let me check to make sure I got the correct via. So I think this via here, you know, I said this was going to be a quick repair, and apparently I was wrong. Okay, so this via is the one for this transistor. Whoa. Oh, sorry, I'm off screen. That's weird. Ah, I got a bad 1K ohm resistor on the bottom of this board. Well, that's really weird. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the wrong mode. Never mind. Sorry, multimeter in wrong mode. Let's try again. Yeah, okay. I was in the wrong mode. I was in beep to beep mode, but... Okay, yes. Confirmed. So, this via here is the pin 1. Okay, so pin 2 is this via. I think there's a trace break. I'll look at it under the microscope. So pin 2 is going to egret pin 20 through a 22 ohm resistor. And apparently, well, I don't know which to believe. Okay, well, let's see here. Apparently, pin 3 is actually connected to the 22 ohm. All right. So if that's the case, is this pad connected to ground? Because if this pad's connected to ground, then I think the transistor type on the schematic is wrong. But the diagram is correct. And I'll be back in the chat momentarily. I'm just trying to find a place that I know is connected to ground. Like maybe the negatives. Oh yeah, that's definitely... Yeah, that one there is definitely ground. Let me see if I can find a different schematic. All right, let's see what the chat's been screaming while I've been... Yeah, okay, let me see if there's a different schematic. Let me I think maybe there's a Beaumark schematic. Oh, there's an LC2 Beaumark schematic. Oh, but I think the LC2 has a very similar egret circuit. Let me see what the egret circuit on the LC2 looks like from the Beaumark schematic. Because even though the Beaumark schematics can be hard to read, I would, since there seems to be a potentially wrong... I think it's possible that I have the wrong data sheet. And it's also possible that Tinker Different schematic has the wrong transistor model number. I think the diagram is correct in terms of showing the transistor correctly in circuit. I think the problem is it may just have the wrong part number. Oh, I thought the LC2 had an egret chip. I could be wrong. Or the, well, you know, that's weird. Or maybe the LC2 doesn't have egret. Oh, wait a minute. Beaumark had a classic, Macintosh Classic schematic. I'm pretty sure the Classic has an egret. Let me see if I can find the egret on it. It probably has a very similar ADB circuit. I just want to make sure. I mean, quite honestly, I guess I could put the transistor in and... I mean, I guess I could just go for it, because what's the worst that's going to happen? I'm going to blow up the egret chip that's on this board, but the egret's already kind of, like, had a rough life. So, I mean... yeah, no, it's like the egret is like the unobtainium chip, but this egret's had a really rough life already, so... I don't know. I guess I'll just go for it. Okay. So let me see here. So... okay, so according to my tester, I need to flip pins 1 and 2. Of the transistor. Okay. So, let's see here. This pin should go through... I think that pin will go through this via. Barely. And this pin will go through this via. Barely. And... and then I need to get the assistance of some pliers to try to bend this pin here. Well, that is not quite fitting the way I had hoped, but... okay, let me do one thing here, because I'm looking at this and realizing just how sketchy that is. Let me get a small piece of heat shrink tubing. And put it on the legs that are crisscrossing each other. And by small piece of heat shrink tubing, I mean whatever I can find that's not, like, absurdly huge. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, so now that I have... Okay, so... this pin goes in this via. And this pin goes in that via. Well, if I can... if this LC board works after this, it will be amazing. Also, these pin leads are like just slightly too large for these vias actually, but whoop. All right, well, okay. Well, I bent the leads too much on that component. Basically, I think it boils down to I need to jab the pins in first try. Okay. This pin goes in here. This one goes in here. Oh, that's... oh, that's a problem. That's why I'm having trouble inserting them. One of those leads broke off in the via, like flush with the via. I may not be able to fix that. Well, wait a minute. Okay, let's add to the jankiness factor. Alright, so that actually is the pin that I could solder to the surface mount pad that is still there, so maybe that's how I fix that. This is going to be really fragile. And actually the thing is, even if I fix this board, I don't know if I will actually want to use it because it is kind of going to be fragile. Maybe I'll just check out a certain water-damaged LC that I found on eBay today. Maybe that's how I'll fix my LC. I'll get a water-damaged one. As you probably can know by my comment, though, I've already figured out it's not water-damaged. Let's just say the water-damaged LC I found on eBay. I noticed that the water damage seemed to start right about where the battery was. Alright, well... Oh, I think I actually did solder that to the pad. Then I got a solder blob somewhere else on the board. I didn't want it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I think the... I'll do a continuity check on that. And if I have continuity, then I will... See, that should be connected to... Oh yeah, connected to ground. Yep, alright. So now I need to solder the other two transistor leads. Somehow. Well, I'll just solder the 3 vias. I'll solder them from the other side too, because... Alright, I am not sure at all that that solder actually sticked anywhere. Good night, Eric. Okay, I'm double checking. Okay, so that's 22 ohms. And this should be 1k ohm. Yes. Okay. It's connected. This is like the jankiest repair. The thing is, I'm repairing this board to see if I can repair it, but I don't know if I'm actually going to use it because it is like that janky. Alright, well, let me at least grab the LC that this would go in. Let's see here. Alright, so this LC at the moment, as you can probably see, has an LC2 logic board in it. fact, I think this might be one of the LC2 logic boards that I got that was shipped in like a flat rate envelope without much bubble wrap at all or something like that. Anyways. Oh, and I left... that's a new battery, so don't worry too much. Basically, since the LC board was not... I didn't have a working LC board, I put an LC2 board in here. So this did have a card in it. Well, it will become apparent why at some point, why the card was removed from this computer. When I get to that stream. Alright. But anyways, this is actually the LC case. So, this is not the LC board that was in this case. This is because Garth sent me one, because the original LC board that was in this case, I think the video chip is bad on it or something. I mean, it's quite possible that if I can prove that this board works, although unfortunately I think the original LC board, I kind of get the impression its egret might also be defective, but I'm never going to be able to transplant this egret successfully. It's kind of, I think it's kind of stuck on this board. All right. So this... Oh, okay, now I gotta figure out where my video adapter is. Alright, usually I've got a Macintosh video adapter floating on my workbench. Oh, I might have put it in the drawer for safekeeping, knowing I would need it. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, Macintosh video adapter. I mean, I may take chips off this board and put them in the original LC board to see if it solves problems. Because I think I could maybe take the video chip and transplant it. Then again, though, I just wanted to see if I could... Well, especially after I realized the egret chip was damaged, I wanted to see if I could fix this board. So first I'm going to do a power-up test to make sure we have a chime. Actually, I want to make sure we have a chime before I plug in a keyboard. Even though it's an Apple-designed keyboard, I don't want to risk it because it's like the best keyboard I have. And yeah, I need more ADB keyboards. 3, 2, 1... Okay, that's good. Means I haven't shorted anything out. Probably. Okay, heard a little speaker. Oh, video. Mouse cursor. Welcome to Macintosh. Okay. This is good. I clearly didn't think things through. I should have probably unplugged the blue SCSI, but whatever. I'll just make sure it's completely booted and wait a few seconds and I'll power it down. And it'll be fine with it. Let's go complain about the clock. All right. I mean, worst comes to worst, I should have a copy of this image somewhere. So, I mean, even if I did manage to corrupt it. To be fair, Joe, I knew that I had a chime on this board. It was ADB that was broken because of that transistor. That the pad got damaged by electrolyte, so I knew I had a chime on it. Now, the question is, will I have ADB? So, all right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I did see the numlock, caps lock, and scroll lock lights blink on the keyboard. So I guess probably at least it has voltage on the ADB bus. Little pop. Video. Mouse. Hey. Did you see the mouse cursor move when I moved the mouse? Before it then made the cursor vanish because it's booting? I think I have functional ADB. Mind you, the board's kind of a train wreck, but unfortunately, because of that transistor, I'd never be able to I don't think I'd be able to put much of a card in this because it's sticking up. Ah, looky there. I got mouse. Yes, Joe, I have a moose cursor. Keyboard works. Oh, hold on. There we go. I'm not sure I spelled everything correctly, but there you go. For those people who are actually looking at the screen, you can read my wonderful, wonderful not poem. Well, I guess, though, for those of you that are listening, I thought that I would never see an LC as train wrecky as one with a super dodgy bodge of the egret chip. Also, I am not a poet. But I have ADB. Whatever it's worth. I fixed it. So I guess Garth's probably not there. I haven't seen him in the chat a while. But Garth, if you're lurking, you remember that LC board you sent me that the egret chip pin broke on it? I fixed it. It's super dodgy, but I fixed the board. Oh, I guess I could run, I think I've got Snooper on here. I guess maybe I could run Snooper just to make sure that Snooper agrees that things look fine. Logic tests. You know, actually, this bodge is so bodge-tastic. I think this warrants an Instagram post. I'll post Instagram later. All right. I just took some photos for the IG. I'll stop this after one cycle because this is not going to leave me much time to try the last repair on my list. But I gotta make sure this board works somehow. Alright. So what's the final repair on the list? Well, the color computer too, of course. Yeah, I'm not going to get to the Atari. The Atari will just have to wait for another stream. And that's only because while I think I know what the problem with the Atari is, I have parts to install in the Coco, and I got the soldering iron warmed up. And I think I've got a better chance of actually fixing the Coco, I think. So anyways, while we wait for Snooper to finish, let me go ahead and pull the parts out that I have for the Coco, that in no particular order. I ordered parts for all of the components that are in the color burst signal circuit that I didn't already have. So they're germanium diodes. And some, I think, the 0.033 microfarad ceramic. See, the 680 picofarad actual name brand capacitor. I bought 820 picofarad name brand capacitor. Ooh, okay, those are capacitors for something else. I have the 1K resistor. It's actually a high tolerance part. I think there's 1,000 picofarad cap that I've got those ceramics. Oh, that's a D-sub connector for another project. Oops. I've got like parts for different Joe says geranium diodes smell better. Well, at least they're not selenium diodes. Alright, those are coin cell holders for another project. Actually, let me set the coin cell holders and the crystals to the side because those are actually for real-time clock replacements. There we go. 4.7 k ohm resistor. I'm pretty sure that's for 22,000 picofarad. I think that's one of the other values. And there's like a 9.09 ohm. But one of those resistors isn't the exact value that Tandy used, but given the tolerance, the high tolerance of resistors I bought, the value should fall within the lower tolerance parts that Tandy most certainly used. So, if anyone's wondering, I bought electrolytics to recap some SATA backplanes and some cases I got, and a D-sub 9 connector to fix a CGA video card. So I'll set those to the side. All right. Oh, and it looks like my snooper, my snooper passed. All right, cool. Yay. View the log. Everything passed, including ADB. Yay. So, Joe says, Joe, gotta run. Congrats. And for those still watching, like the video or Joe will be mad at you. Yeah, so like the video. Smash that like button. Subscribe and turn on notifications. Because maybe, just maybe, I will do something crazy like leave this LC board in this LC to see how long it lasts with these bodge-tastic bodges. Although it's like really fragile. Because actually the card I had in this LC is not in this LC anymore. And it probably won't go in this LC. Because, spoiler alert, I actually have another LC upstairs. It needs recapped. That'll be on a future stream. Plus it has a cool card in it. Alright. Cool. The LC works. So, my LC case once again has an LC logic board in it. The LC2 that was in my LC case, so that at least I had a board in it to use with the card that was in it. I will, well, I don't know what I'll do with it because it's a board I bought just so that I could have something in this LC case. I only really need one LC, so I may just put the LC2 board back in this LC for long term, but I would like to see how reliable that fix is. Maybe I'll put a network card in the LC. I've got a network card with an FPU socket on it. Alright, let me get the Coco 2. We'll see if we can't fix that yellow bar. Okay. And it is 11:43, and I'm going to see if I can't at least I want to see if at least I can't get something done to the Coco. Alright. So I did contact there's a YouTuber, I forget their name right offhand. They've got a composite mod that actually will solder in place of the RF modulator. I forget how much it costs right offhand, but I'm going to get one of them because I don't want to drill holes in this case to put one of the like HDMI mods in, because those require holes drilled. So I'm just going to get the composite mod that goes in place of the RF modulator. I'm hoping that'll give me some better video than the clip-on version. But for now, let's see if I can't get the yellow bar to go away. So last time I tried replacing there's a I think it's 1,000 picofarad capacitor with a I forget if I went with the 820 or the 680, and I replaced the 555 timer, but I don't think the 555 timer was to blame. I'm trying to find a place to set this case that I won't lose things. Alright. Okay. Also, I did recap this board last time, because the caps, there was there was a cap that had a fishy smell. Alright, so where is the color burst circuitry on this board? So I believe that it's the, so I think it's these two resistors, this germanium diode, the transistor here, which I think I've got this transistor on hand, because I don't remember ordering one, but I think it's just a standard PNP or NPN transistor. Although I think I already removed it and tested it, and I think it's fine. So here's the cheap ceramic I put in. I think it's a 680. Anyways, I was alright, I'm gonna go see if I can't find the website I was using last time. Let's see, history. Manage history. Alright, let me see if I can find it. Okay, let me just search the web. Color YouTube bar fix. Ah, that's right. The Zipster zone. All right, so here we go. All right. So I believe this is the germanium diode in question. It says CR13 on the board. The schematic I've got here says D13. I'm pretty sure they're the same thing. And I ordered the germanium diode from Jamco, and it looked similar to what I could have ordered from NTE, so I went for it. It probably should be close enough. Alright, and then R9 here should be a 1K ohm resistor. I think I've already removed the transistor because I see rework marks. Oh wait, I looked at the wrong place. Okay, maybe I did not remove the transistor. Oh, the transistor's a 2N3904. That would be why I didn't order any special parts, because the NPN transistor I just used on the LC is a 3904. Assuming I can find them, because I think I've already... Oh, nope, I didn't misplace them. Here we go. Alright. You know, I'm almost tempted to remove the two semiconductor parts here. So I'm going to remove the transistor and the diode, and I'll test them both. Because I'm going to go under the presumption that maybe the semiconductor parts failed, for lack of a better guess. So we'll go for semiconductors, and we'll go from there. Because it wasn't the 555 timer. I'm also going to just go ahead and remove this ceramic cap, because it's a cheap component. And I'm going to use one of the higher quality capacitors that I bought from Mouser. I will go ahead, I will put a 680 in its place. It is a 680 that I put in from that assortment, which actually was such an awful assortment that, well, I returned it because nothing was the tolerance that it said it was. Alright, so I'm going to remove the capacitor and go ahead and just put a better one in its place. But I'm also going to remove the transistor and the diode. Alright, I am not surprised at all that that just simply... Yep, that just simply came out just like that, because that was new solder. So these are 5% ceramic caps that I got from Mouser. As opposed to the 15% caps that set claimed to be. And I suspect if I put one of these 5% caps in my tester, it's probably going to read... It's probably going to read very close to 680. Also, it fits so much nicer on the board. And if I end up replacing the other ceramics in this circuit, then it'll blend right in. All right, if anyone's curious, the cheapo capacitor that I put in last time, 638. Now, granted, that tester's not the most accurate in the world, but at least this is much closer to what I intended to put in there. All right, so let me remove that transistor here and the diode. It's obvious which goes where, so I'm not worried about removing both. That's weird. Oh, that's why it won't come out. I flubbed on desoldering it, and the solder migrated to the other side of the board. That's convenient. All right. Okay, transistor is out. All right, let me grab that diode here real quick. So the diode should be... Let's see, I think the diode is going to be this. And I know and this one. The legs are twisted around the board, so it shouldn't fall out when I do this. Okay, the stripe is towards the back of the board. There we go. All right. So now I should be able to bend the leads. All right. Let me see if I can... Okay, so I got the diode out, got the transistor out. So let's test them. So the transistor, supposedly an NPN. Actually, that's... Yeah, think that transistor's good. Okay. I'll put that transistor back. Alright, and the diode. Actually, I'll use my multimeter for the diode test. So it's showing a 0.32 volts. All right, 0.32 volts voltage drop. All right. One KF20-4. Let me pull up a data sheet real quick. Oh, let me just go to NTE. Part number search. 1KF20-4. Oh, wait a minute. That's hold on, still trying to find a data sheet for that diode. Or let me just go to Jamco's website and here we go. So what's the voltage drop on the one I ordered from Jamco? It is max 1 volt. All right. All right, let me try to put this diode in a different tester. Maybe it'll fit the ZIF socket. Or maybe it won't. Fine, I'll just press it directly into the... Oh, may not be testing It may not have good contact. Oh, it's not making contact. It won't go in the ZIF socket of either of these testers. Alright, I guess let me take one of these germanium diodes I bought from Jamco, and I'll put it through the tester, and I'll see what it looks like. Okay, so first, if I use my multimeter, I have a very similar voltage drop. And if I put it in the component tester, yeah, I have no reason to believe that the original diode is bad, but I guess I can just go ahead and install a new one. Since they are glass and... Alright. I am going to keep the original one, though. In case the new one just doesn't really help, or if it makes it worse. Alright, there we go. New diodes installed. Alright. Okay, apparently Comcast is getting on my nerves. OBS keeps disconnecting and reconnecting. Maybe I should take that as my sign to give up soon. Okay. 713 millivolts, 217. Okay. Despite the fact that this transistor looks like one that Adrian Black had go bad on his Apple II clone, it is testing fine here, so I will go ahead and put the original transistor in. Although, then again, the more I look at it, alright, let me... I don't know. Maybe I will just go ahead and put a new transistor in. I will hold on to the original transistor. Again, in case I figure out that I'm just like... It's like, if I make it worse with the new one... Well, I have no idea. Oh, no wonder you can't see what I'm working on. I got the complete wrong part of the board under the camera. All right. Okay, so a new 3904. I'll keep the old one just in case. New germanium diode. Again, old one kept just in case. I'll put them in the component bags. All right. Guess, let me check the chat. I'll be winding up here shortly. Yeah, it's a 2N3904. Hey, Sloopy. Oh, the diode's in the color burst circuit of this. I don't know that... I don't, oh. Sean's telling me to bend the heatsink fins back up. I don't think that's going to fix the color burst problem, but we'll make it look better. All right. They're not perfect, but... Okay, so I guess I need to see if that did anything to fix the problem. And to do that, I need to plug it in. Now, because I don't have the composite mod installed, I will have to use my television to check. So basically, I think this is going to come to one of two conclusions. Either I'm going to fix the color burst and declare victory, and I'll deal with putting it back together later, or I will not have fixed the color burst and I will probably stop for the evening. So let me see here. The problem is, I think I just realized the adapter for my TV is broken. Yes, it is broken, and... Oh! It is broken, but yet I have the parts. They are on the end of the cable I was using. Well, okay, so I got the TV. I have no real good place to put it. Okay. So, of course, I'll just let it fall over on the floor. Luckily, it's got a plastic protector on the actual tube, which probably means I just scuffed the plastic protector up and will probably be trying to remove it at some point in the future because... Alright. Okay, up. Alright, hold please while I try to find another dealy doodad to convert from a unfortunately my video adapter just like my RF adapter completely broke, so I can no longer plug the composite cable into the jack on the back of the TV. So let me see if I've got another one floating around here somewhere. The problem is I think they all keep breaking. And I think that might have been the last one that I had. Unless I've got one on the back of a TV. Because I have 3 TVs down here. Maybe I've got one on the back of one of these other TVs. Nope, not on the back of that TV. Oh, there's the Dixie cup I was looking for. It was on the floor, of course. Okay, is there one on the back of this other TV? No. Okay. All right. I don't have any paper clips, Thomas. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to test this board because I don't think I have any way of... Well, unless I put the composite mod back on. But I really don't like the composite mod because it's awful. So why do I want to put it back on? It's so hard to put back on. Okay. I have broken all the... Yep, okay, I don't have any more of those adapters. I really don't need paper clips. And I don't ever clip paper together. Which is why I... Well... I think when I was moving and I got... When I moved to this house, I was getting frustrated packing. I think my paper clips went because I'm like, I never use these. Why am I keeping this jar of paper clips I never use? It's like the only time I ever use these is to eject SIM trays. And I have a SIM tray ejection tool. Why do I keep these paper clips? And that is probably the stupid logic I used because I was coming down to the wire. I got tired of staring at this paperclip jar. I was like, I just can't deal with this. Although maybe it'll turn up and I'll realize that I didn't actually toss it, that it's just I shoved it in the bottom of a box. I've got boxes I haven't opened yet. And if you've moved, you do too. All right. I'm looking for the instructions to reconnect this composite mod that I don't like, but I'm going to do it to see if this board is fixed. Even though I'm then going to probably promptly remove the mod at some point. Alright. We'll get the version of that solders directly to the board, which will have slightly better quality. Alright. Red. Red connects here. Silver connects to ground, and that's the one that has the worst connection ever. I'm sorry, I can't see the chat. I know some of you all are probably coming up with solutions for not having paper clips. Alright. And then, let's see, yellow. 3 and 4. Okay. And for those of you that missed why I just want to get the composite mod and are wondering, well, why aren't you getting an HDMI mod? It's got better video quality. It's because I absolutely refuse to drill holes in the case. Which, since as far as I can tell, all of the HDMI mods require drilling a hole in the case for the HDMI cable, well, I won't be getting any of them. Okay. Composite mod is hooked up. Alright. Scalar's plugged in. Power's plugged in. Alright. Okay. Well, so far so good. This is a Coco 2, yes. Geek with Social Skills says 8-Bit Guy has a paperclip sponsorship. I fixed it. The yellow bar is gone. Hey! The yellow bar is gone. Yeah, the RGB chip is inside the modulator. Well, yeah, the RGB mod that I was going to get that replaces the modulator has the chip on it. But the yellow bar is gone. So it was either that capacitor or the diode or the transistor. And quite honestly, at this point, I don't care which one it was. Thomas says it should be simple to lay out a composite board to fit in the RF spot. Yeah, someone's already done it. So I'm just going to buy their board. I completely forgot about it. They sent me an email and then I completely forgot about sending them money. So although it was for a pre-order, they don't have the boards yet. But yeah, someone's already done it. I forget their YouTube name. I'm going to get one of them. It's basically this this mod that it's basically this mod, but enhanced, and it solders into place of the RF modulator, so you don't have these flimsy fly leads. So it should be a little better video quality. And now I've got a clip that has come off of something, and I don't know what it's come off of. That's always fun. Huh. Well, alright, so I got a mystery part on my bench. I don't know where it came from. I'll probably have to rewatch the stream to see if I saw it fall off of something. Sloopy, I don't remember. I'll... It's AC's 8-bit zone. I think here's the video on it. So, yeah, it's, yeah, Thomas says the Coco suffer from undergrounding. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I didn't know his name. So, yeah, Alan's making it. I think it'll work. Given the fact I don't want to drill holes in my Coco, because I don't want to drill holes in my Coco. Do I really have to give a reason why I don't want to drill holes in a retro computer? No, I don't think I should. I don't want to drill holes in a retro computer. They're not making any more of them. There we go. That's a good reason. They're not making any more of them, so I don't want to drill holes in the case. So, yeah, I'm going to... which means I'll have to use a composite mod, because the composite mod can use the existing holes, but an HDMI mod can't. So, anyways, yeah, I'm going to get a composite mod for it. That'll replace these flimsy fly leads that add noise and whatnot. So it won't be the perfect signal, but it'll be a pretty good signal. Yeah, Sloopy says, I don't want to drill holes is all you need to say. Yep. I don't want to drill holes. So I'm going to get a composite mod, one that'll solder in place the RF modulator. I have no qualms with removing it, because you can always put it back if you so choose. So, but yeah, you can't put the plastic back once you drill it out. So anyways, I'm going to get a composite mod for it. That wasn't part of tonight's stream. I wanted to get rid of the yellow bar. The yellow bar is now gone. I really don't care which of the three components fixed it, since it's, Curtis says, my lack of drilling skills is only exceeded by my lack of soldering skills, so I totally understand. Yep. Sloopy says, spackle. Yeah, Thomas says I like stock as well. Anyways, so I'm going to get a one of Alan's composite mods. I forget how much he said it was. It's reasonable. It supports the community. It means I don't have to drill holes in a case that they're not making any more of. So, but it'll at least give me a better video quality. And I think it has the audio out too. So I'll have to get one of the plugs that it uses one of the, I think, TRS tip ring sleeve, not Tandy Radio Shack, like 3.5 millimeter jacks, but I think it's the standard pinout for video and audio on one. But that's fine. It at least passes the audio and video out. Thomas Armstrong's asking, does the transformer have a safety cap in it? Well, I don't know. But if I'm going to answer that question, then let's see. I just unplugged it. Not that I can tell. Curtis says next you'll have to add an inverse video switch. Lol. Yeah. Green disc cap. I don't see one, Thomas, but I might have to actually remove the transformer to find it. It's got a fuse on top. I don't see it. There's not one on the top. It's not immediately apparent how the transformer's retained. I'll look. I'll check later. It's getting late. So, what have I managed to do tonight? All right. So, in no particular order, I showed you my eBay regret of a Western Digital Caviar 21600 drive that didn't work. That looked like someone had opened it before and then put a new seal on it. Boo. I don't think the eBay seller did it. It probably was done a while ago. I then discovered that someone on the RetroWeb Discord actually did figure out the password that was on the Emerson 286. But I then put the no password EEPROM back in it. But yes, someone on the RetroWeb Discord actually figured the password out, and I confirmed that, yes, they figured it out. They might have given me some more information. If so, I'll put a pinned comment with any additional information. Took the Emerson Elite SX386. I pulled its Trident video card out and put a Western Digital Paradise video card in. So, unfortunately, the Trident card that I had in it was the Trident card from LNY Electronics. And apparently one of its memory chips is bad, so I guess if I hadn't bought the Paradise video card, I was going to be sad when I went to go create the December video that I've been sitting on for 10 months now. Also, I replaced the Gotek board that had an Artery 415 with a board that has the Artery 435, and I confirmed that, yes, you can actually format a disk image in DOS with the 435 microcontroller, so yay. Now, I will have to sort out drivers, but I did confirm using the Western Digital, or I guess the Diamond Paradise diagnostic software and driver installer. The card is actually working, so at least that was a good eBay purchase. The LC board from Garth that had the egret chip I had to bodge, I did bodge in a through-hole transistor to replace the surface mount one that had two pads gone, and that LC now works with ADB keyboard and mouse, so yay! And then the Coco, I got rid of that stupid yellow bar in high-res graphics mode, so last time I had one of my can I finish these projects, I think I was like 0 for 4. And I think I'm like 4 for 4 tonight, or 5, well, I'm not counting the eBay regret. That was by request of Gut Bomb. He wanted to see that, and it was already on my bench. But for actual projects I worked on, I think I'm like 4 for 4. Let's see, yeah, the 286 password, 386, LC, Coco. Yeah, 4 out of 4 tonight. So, yay! Yes, Thomas, I will fix the Trident card. I don't have any of the memory chips on hand. If you'll note, I did not stick it in my scrap pile, which would have been me doing this motion. I have set it on my workbench where I will find a piece of paper and tag it, and I'll figure out what RAMs it needs. I think it. They look like odd size RAMs, but I have a feeling it's just because I normally see them in a different format. So I think I'll be able to fix it. But yeah, 4 out of 4 tonight. So yes, it just so happens that sometimes when you try to fix a whole bunch of projects, you need like one more part for each, and then you fix it. Although to be fair, the Emerson Elite, that wasn't one of the ones I'd worked on last time. So the only one I didn't get to tonight was the Atari 400, so I'll have to try to find a time to do that. I have an idea of what's wrong, one of two things, but yeah. Okay, so these are the ones I usually see in sockets. Okay. Anyways, yeah, unfortunately they're NEC brand, which are usually reliable, but I'll fix the card. It's not the greatest of Trident cards, but anyways, 4 out of 4. Successful night. So smash that like button for fixing 4 out of 4 projects. If you're not already subscribed, subscribe and turn on notifications, because I got that Atari 400. Thursday, I've got the Macintosh 2CI logic board that Garth sent me. I'll be trying to fix that Thursday night. And next week, I don't know which evening, but I hope to be working on the SGI Octane. I am trying to line up a guest, so the night will depend on which night is better for him. And then, well, we'll see what I work on the other night. I might work on the Atari 400, but I think I had another idea, because I think the Atari 400 is not going to take hours. I think within an hour I'm going to know whether the problem is I've got a wire strand shorting against something else, or I actually busted something on the board in the several times I took it apart and put it back together. So unfortunately, if it's the wire strand, then I'll be able to fix it within the hour. But if I realize I've busted something, it's not going to be fixed within the hour, and I probably wouldn't have on hand what I need to fix it. But anyways, and then I guess finally, the one thing I didn't mention. So in my Jamco order, let's just say that I ordered 120 low-profile 16-pin sockets, and we'll leave it at that for now. That, for anyone wondering, that was the quantity break point. I may have also ordered something on eBay that goes along with those sockets, but yeah. That'll be the teaser for possible announcements later. Anyways, let's see here. Got my finger on the button because it is very, very late. I do have to work tomorrow, so I'm glad everyone stuck around. Yes. Oh, Jeremy's I've been listening this whole time while playing a game. Yeah. Yeah, the password on the Emerson 286 for anyone was crushed. CRUSHED. In all caps. That was the password on the Emerson 286. So, I should have realized that. So, yes, I crushed tonight's stream goals. 4 out of 4. With that, I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your evening. Hope to see you next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.